the best of all mankind. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
Hello everyone, welcome. We've got ourselves a little bit of a wild Kerbal Wednesday. As you heard, we be going to the moon. Or at least we'll try to keep salvaging the operation here. See if this is working out. Hope everyone is having a good week so far. It is been a long day, and as I sit down and kind of get cracking here, but we are gonna do our utmost to get some missions done, get some science, maybe salvage our situation, and yeah, we'll see how this goes. So, on a thing, and of course we got slammed with an ad break that pops in right at the very start because we want to avoid the pre-rolls, so we're just gonna hang back for that as I get my bearings a little bit in the save. We got explore the moon, attach a new part, science data from the space around the moon. I think we're gonna do all of those. Yeah. You know what? Scrap that one. That's a rough one. Very VIP. To the moon and back. I mean, we could do that as a freebie. Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's a possible one. So let's get our dashboard up as well, so we can keep track on things. Get my Twitch thingies online. There we go. That is up. That is available. Up and operational. Things are rolling, and things are see if this is working. Ooh. Right, so guess we're back. I think we're back. The green box is gone. Right, so I was playing around a little bit on my single player, and we got our moonlander. Let's pop down to that bad boy down here. So last time on Monday, we managed to get that guy. We switch to. Do I need to hit the top of it? Maybe. Well, we can hide. I was hoping to hide that guy, but I guess it's not hiding it because I am having it available. I kind of want to leapfrog this boy over to the lab. And I'm not entirely comfortable doing that because I think I'll fail horribly at it. Although, we got a ton of monopropellant on it. But I do need a pilot in it. And we don't have a CS on it. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we want to select the Labio. the moon lab. So one of the things that I ran into as an issue on my other save is a complete and utter lack of power. Because this guy is generating research, and I need another scientist on this place. This was supposed to bring a scientist and an engineer. However, we failed horribly at it. So the question is, do we try to get this to get upright and move it over there? Or... because we're basically out of monopropellant here. Stay open, fuel. And this one's out of fuel. So I think this guy is not moving anywhere. Because if I do this, we speed up the time a little bit. We can get this science to go, right? If we do like, I don't know, 10 science. Actually, we want to go, we want to be in daytime. Gonna go nighttime, nighttime, nighttime. We are in daytime, and now we have full power. If we stop research, right? And we transmit science. We're good. 20 science works. Start research. So we need another operation here. So if I can get, see if we can do 30 science. Because I'm curious to see if the science quantity do increase the amount of power you need. It's more data that needs to be transmitted. Okay. Okay. I guess our lander is gone. Interesting. Because the flag's there. Interesting. Are we gonna come up on daytime soon? I guess it couldn't handle the the thingy. Pressure. There you go. So that is full relay. We got 30 science. Transmit science. Stop research while we're doing this. Yeah, so we can send 30 science. I think 40 science might be a little bit of a stretch. So that is definitely gonna need to be taken care of. And as we saw, we speed up time. Kraken ate our lander. So the lander that I was hoping to have to jump around a little bit with is no more. That thing's gone. It's sailed. It's non-existent. It's gone. Poof. Vanished from the surface of the moon. So I want to hit advanced electronics. So let's try to squeeze out science from that lab until we can hit advanced electronics. I mean, to be fair, I kind of want to hit unmanned techs, because that would allow us to get this bad boy, the Octa 2, which would be the bigger one, I believe. We have a... I think it's the bigger one. I don't know. But it can do radial and the normal attitude. On top of the prograde, retrograde. So that is just another big of the box. I don't even know what this freaking thing is. But yeah, so this guy can scan, it can do the funny things. But these guys would allow us to do foldable solar panels. And also get us a much, much bigger and more importantly, a needed battery. That's, what, 160 science we need, so that's another 60 science. Yeah, our moonlander is it's gone. It's gone. It's popped. No longer in existence. Which I don't even know what happened, but you know, like I said, the Kraken ate it. It is no more. Dune worm on moon. That's probably what ate it. I don't know. So we're just gonna keep track on this. Let's pin that, pop that up there, and then we're just gonna speed up time here, because we want to hit that 30 science, send it, and then hit another 30 science and send it. Just basically like 2 days. That's 30. Am I able to do? Do we want to squeeze 40? I mean, we can probably squeeze 40, right? We can. We can't. We're screwed. So we'll stop our research here. Wait until daytime, and we got full signal strength, or almost full signal strength. Transmit science. Yeah. So 35 is stretching it. And then we'll just start researching, going 35 again. Now this lab could, you know, we can produce a whole crap ton of science from this. With all the science that we did from the, we got from the experimentations that Bob ran around and did on our initial moon landing. And that's looking pretty good. So once again, we'll do 35. And then we'll do the stopping here. And then we'll do the transmit. And that'll pop the antenna relay. We got full signal. That's looking awesome. Bam! Done. 35 additional science. Now I would like to do the full thing. And I think we want to just hit it. Because now that we hop to the Space Center, we got science. We got science. Science is made. It's manufactured on the moon. That's what it is. We're not discovering science, we're manufacturing science. But we now have 174 science. Grab that advanced electronics. And bam. We got access to our funny things. Now, kind of want to get some of the other landing gears. I do want to get the command pod here, because that one is, as well as the cupola, the other lander can, which would be pretty neat because that contains monopropellant on its own, as well as the electric charge, and the big service bay. That'd be nice. However, we can't be so lucky. We need to get ourselves to the moon. And this time we need to have a successful supply mission with some of these components. We need the foldable solar panels, some of the other cool stuff. We got rendezvous missions to do. A lot of cool stuff. That was a little bit loud volume. Right, so it's the octo, right? Oh, it's the hex. Never mind. Hex that gives us prograde, retrograde, hold. Do I just do a command pod? I mean, I want to have two guys down here. It's gonna be a lander. It's not really gonna go anywhere else. It's gonna be building. Let's do this guy. And then we do cargo crew. Oh, look at that relay antenna. Delicious. That gives us these big ass batteries as well. Ooh, right, these guys. Now we can see how the hell these guys look. So we got these fancy looking ones. That's 3x2. And the other one is 1x6. Okay. So how can we? And then we have these lighter ones which don't fold back in, but they are lighter. They are a lot lighter. How much lighter are we talking about? Oh boy, these guys are. Huh. How much are these guys actually outputting? We got the old ones. That's 0.3. These guys, that's 2. Holy crap. I want these guys. Okay, so how the hell? Okay. So we grab. Just want to test something out here. So let's do crew. Let's throw Bill in here, right? And then we're gonna do a. In here, we'll just put a little storage unit on top of it, just we can try this out. And then we do power. Pop that open there. We can grab our big ones. We cannot grab our big ones because those are 250. Okay, so let's figure out how much we can do. Those are the same, so that's 50 liters of packed volume per solar panel. So it is better to put in these guys. Now I want to build a little bit of a solar array, right? I want to have a little structure. Now the question is, what would be the best way to do that? These guys, electrical. Like if we put, that's a horrible angle on it. Like what on earth is going on here? How do I know what's up and down on these guys? I guess the panel is on the bottom facing. We want to rotate it. We want to tilt these around like that. And we grab the blue one, right? And we do this. Right. We do symmetry. Oh, don't want symmetry. We want to do what, mirrored? Not really. But I do want to duplicate it. How the hell do I... How the hell do I do that in a reasonable way? Don't want to do it that way. I want to just like, huh. I'm figuring this out on a support grinder. I guess if I use like the little tiny one, and then that would handle each of these. I don't know why I can't get a solid placement on it. Why is it wanting to angle? If I put that there, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Can I even... How the hell would I rotate things while trying to place it. Okay, so we need to test that out. So we grab that away there, put that open there, and then we do power, electrical. Throw one of these in, and then we throw the other one in. And then we do launch. Now we're gonna see how this works. So Bill, get out of here. Get over there, and then we're gonna be building. So we want to hit that. We want to go there. And we want to do... okay. Come on. Okay, so as long as I'm in construction mode, I can just kind of grab things and rotate them. Where's that? Oh, I don't want to warp. This menu is a little bit silly in its placement. So that works, right? And then we can just do that, and it'll fold out. And that'll allow us to do the funny things, and then this thing will angle towards the sun. If we jump on board, and we get in there, that's not bad. Okay, so I guess we do a little column of solar panels. Not entirely sure. We can do structural. And we can just throw in a bunch of struts. Because you can't connect struts to the ground, right? That's not a thing. Like, I can't anchor it. I can't anchor it to the ground, right? That's just not a thing. I can't secure it. It's gonna be on flimsy little legs, regardless of what I do. I know there was some type of colonization mod thingy. Like, I can attach part to part, but I can't not. Also, this is kind of funny. I'm in strut placement mode, but I can't. Yeah. So we're gonna have a look and see how much power is actually drawn, and see how much crap we need to bring with us. Because as long as we can exceed that by a moderate amount, we're pretty good. So if we warp up, get that to I mean, we're gonna build ship and do this thing. So I think we're just gonna go absolutely freaking ham on it. Let it do its sciencey thing. I think the power draw is the same regardless. It's just the duration is increasing with more science. So, start research and we do transmit science. Oh, and of course I am not in range of any of the satellites or relays at the moment, so we cannot do any of that because there we go. Now we got some signal. So, transmit science 2.18. Yeah, so I mean if we get like 6, yeah, if we get like say up to 10 power generation, we're good. So let's grab the thin ones and let's figure this out. That should be fine. Let's grab the hex. Let's grab. Do I want to do a lander can? I mean, can get. It's only got one crew compartment, and I need to get cargo. I need to get a. Ooh. I mean, I need to get more crew down, which requires us to bring. Don't I have access to that thing? Utility. Yeah, this guy. We're just gonna go with the hitchhiker. And then we're gonna try to land this. Rub it up against the other thing. We want to put landing struts on it. We want to put landing struts inside it. But we don't want to have it too high. Right? We want to have it like there somewhere. And then we're gonna do engines. We're gonna grab 2 thuds. And we're gonna put 2 thuds here. And we're gonna put them on the internal. Right? We got those guys there. Arguably, a Terrier might have actually worked. But that's not gonna cut it as close into it as I want to do. And then we grab let's grab the fuel can on top of that. And I think we're gonna be fine with that. That puts us at way above the freaking delta that we need. Yeah, because let's see if we can fit all the things I want to have in here. Because I kind of want to build a rover at the same time. Not gonna lie. Don't know how to build a rover. But I kind of want to build a rover since we're already hauling materials over there. Let's go crew as well. We want to grab our engineer. It would be nice if we had him start up, but that's not the case. We want to grab a scientist. Kind of want to do a flyby with the scientist first. Yeah, let's let's build this thing, and then we'll do a separate little sneak tourist run past Moon. And the cats are zooming. So we'll limit and deal with that later. We're gonna grab the long ones, and then we're gonna do. So that's 1 per each. Let's just grab 10 of these, since we can't stack them. And then we grab, these guys are 400 packs. I mean, we can just fill the rest of the... we'll build a rover another time. We'll just fill this up with batteries and solar panels and get our power supply properly set up on that freaking base. So we are gonna need... We're gonna need a... I mean, the small ones are kind of sad, but that's what we got. There we go. That'll allow us... Well, actually, we don't need this one on here. We can put that connection here. Or... You know what? Let's attach these on surface side. That way we can deal with that in whichever fashion we deem fit. Let's get some monopropellant because I don't have an RCS tank yet. Am I forgetting something? Outside of, you know, RCS thrusters. Let's get 4 of these out here. Do we have science bits on the lab? I don't think so. Put you there. There we go. So that's RCS on it. We got monopropellant. We got enough fuel to last us for freaking... Now that we have that loaded, we're looking pretty solid on it. EWR is very, very high. That's fine. We can probably reduce that a little bit. Put it to like 80. Probably fine to put it at 65, to be fair. That'll give us a lot more burn time to allow us to not do a suicide burn. So that is essentially the lander done. And then we just need a little bit of power on it itself to make sure that we don't run out of juice. You know what, we can even do this. And let's put a structure here, put an octagon strut in the middle. Can we, there we go, thank you. And then we'll put a, I mean, to be fair, could do that, put a little hat on it, but we don't need the extra weight. Do we have the big... No, I don't have the big service module yet, because we could have hidden all of that inside a service module. How much do you weigh? Structure 100 kilos. And added on to with the 75 kilos, or the big one that's 200 kilos. Probably prefer that. So that's a little A little lander on it. Start these retracted. Lander, fly. Save that up, and we're gonna take a look at the lab because I don't remember if it had science bits on it. I don't think so. We're also gonna change the icon for the moon lab because it's gonna be a moon base. So this is our sad little thingy. And yeah, no, so we don't have any science manufacturing things at all because all of that was on the moon lander that freaking exploded for no apparent reason other than Kraken claimed it. So that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, so we're gonna attach a docking port somewhere here. And we're gonna try to get the other ship as close as possible. And then we are gonna nudge it up against this guy and dock. We're gonna build the docking port wherever we can attach it. That's gonna be fine, and that'll give us a little bit of a structural boost, and we can attach a whole bunch of solar panels. That's gonna be fine. Now, do I bring a bunch of girders as well? Probably need to, but we don't have room for that at the moment, so we're just gonna go with what we have. That lander is gonna be a lot shorter, so it's gonna be easier to land as well. Doesn't need to carry the huge ass lab, but you do have the storage. Right. So, question was answered. I don't have science here. I need to bring science modules with me, which means it's going to be a little bit heavier. Now, can I fit that in a... How big are you? Packed volume 2000. Ooh. Okay. I see where you are going. Open. Moon lander, moon lab. Moon science pack. I saved it, right? It was a supply thing. I hit save on it. Where the hell is it? It's not saved in here. I'm pretty sure I hit save. There, lander supply. Thank you. Almost had me freaking panicking. So, that guy is gonna have a coupling. We're gonna put a T6 stage separator. We're gonna drop down the force percentage on it. Attach that so we can just yeet it. Yeah, I guess we do that. Fuck it. Cargo. Put one of those. Bam. Done. That gives us another 2,500 liters of volume, which we can fit in science. Science. And then we do barometer. We do goo. We do a thermometer. Just to allow us to do all the science bits. I don't remember if I had an experimentation kit left there, so we're gonna bring that. We're gonna bring some fuel cylinders to get some extra EVA fuel. Don't know if that's worth it really. Repair kits, we're fine. Thermal, no, that's probably fine. Let's skip the those things. Can I bring some extra legs? We can bring some extra landing struts. Or some extra parts. Ooh, speaking of struts. Yeah, let's add some of these in here to kind of fill up the rest of the room. Packed volume 14, packed volume 450, packed 90. Do one of these, right? That's fine. Some generic mixed stuff that's in here. How is our center of mass looking? We're it's not too bad. Now, if we eat this, it lowers a little bit. Yeah, so we're probably fine. And then as we're burning fuel, that'll also descend, so we get the center of mass further down. We're probably fine. Possibly, probably. So now we just need to slap this on a rocket that can take us up into the area we want to be going, which means we're gonna need like 1500 delta V. So we are gonna put a coupling on it. Get that teeth. That is not going to work. We need that further down. Ooh, okay. I wonder if this will gracefully separate, or if that's gonna cause problems. I'm hoping it's gonna be fine. But before that... Actually... Do I want to do that? Nah. We're fine. Let's do... I mean, we could do... That's a very, very tiny one. I mean, we could do that, and then that could be separating us, but then... We'll just slap this on here and see. Hopefully it will work. We can reduce the percentage a little bit. We don't need as powerful as a separator. I'll put some solar panels on this boy as well. That's gonna be a nice quantity. I mean, to be fair, all we really need is just like land this thing without any of the other stuff inside of it, and then bam, done. Just land like a solar farm. But now we got batteries on it, we got power, we got the hex. We don't need a pilot. That's that guy. You're good. 1.28. It's a little bit sad. Let's pull that up now that it has all of the weight on it. 60 seconds of burn time should be plenty enough to land on Moon. And you guys are a little bit close, but probably fine. We could move you down a little bit. Just a little smidgen more. And then we've got fuel tanks that we need to apply. Right. That's a fuel tank. I'm gonna stick to these guys. And that's a fuel tank. And then that's a fuel tank. Raise you up since you are gonna be a tall boy. I'm pretty sure we don't need that. We can probably get by from that as our moon. That should be fine for our moon injection. We just need to make sure that we are in Kerbin orbit for that to work. And for that to work, we need a lot of delta V up. We want to grab 3 fuel tanks. And then we do engine, and that's going to be the skipper. Obviously, that's not going to work. But if we do a coupling to the radial, do that, and then we do fuel. We grab that's a lot of fuel. Let's put you there. Engines. Skippers. Put you down there. So that's 2,900. And then we just do some cross feed here. And then we do aerodynamics, put, I guess, big nose cones on it. And then we put boosters on it. That's an expensive fucking rocket to send. But it is gonna solve our problems. Now, am I overbuilding this like crazy? Yeah, probably. Most likely. But, you know, where's the fun in it otherwise? Engines, and then we do a kickback. And that's gonna be our booster. Toss that in there. Oh, it's still horrendous thrust-to-weight ratio. I'm kind of curious if it works, though. I mean, it's one of my more expensive freaking rockets, to be fair. Or do we just go crazy? Put that nose cone on here. Bam, and then we do... We do that on there. We want symmetry on all 4. How do you... God damn it. Thank you. I want 4 pieces of this. Can you not change my settings? It would be most delicious. But I guess that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna need to have to do the damn thing separate. So let's grab you. Put you there. And then we need kickback. Don't like the fact that this is gonna offset things due to the fact that build mechanics I don't have fucking control over. That's fine. Put the nose cone on it. Thank you. So that puts... That's our boosters. And then that's also our side thrusters. And that kicks off, so that's 1.12. That's looking much, much better. I have so much more delta V than I think I need, but better safe than sorry. So that sends them over. We're gonna put some struts in between here as well. Because otherwise this is gonna be one wobbly mess. I don't trust the Kraken after what just happened. So we're just gonna do this. So we got... These guys are igniting at the same time. We'll go full thrust on these guys. And that's gonna push us upwards. And then we detach these guys. We detach these guys. We separate out the boosters. Once the boosters are gone, it's gonna lighten up the thing. We want to burn everything at the same time. I don't know why you are having a delta V. Like, excuse me? Is that after separation, maybe? I don't know. And then we got separation of these. And then we have stage separation, upper stage, and then the lander. That's 100 frickin' thousand. Okay. So that puts engineer, scientist. Actually, we talked about this. So, now that we got the lander supply done, I'm gonna do a quick is this one? Nope. Did I build a specific one? I don't think I did. I made this guy, but this guy doesn't have enough. This guy doesn't have enough oomph. Although it has multiple oomphs. But this be a lander boy. And I think we just want to grab... Yeah, because I want to have... Let's grab that. Ditch that. Ditch that. Ditch that. Oh, he can keep the antenna. Ditch that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Strip this down. Fuck, we don't even need that. We'll put that in, and then we'll put a crew compartment. Slap that on there with a heat shield. Thermal done. You have that heat shield on it? It is a heat shield on it. Yeah, it is a heat shield. And then we'll just put a... Just put a battery pack on it. Put some solar panels. Put that inside a service bay. And we'll just put a nose cone on it. Then we'll do... utility, parachute. Actually, we can put that one on. That'll work. There we go. That'll work. That's a freaking bigger parachute. We don't need these guys because we have the electric stuff on the internal. And then that should be fine. Now, stage. I could change these out. Because I think the thumpers might be better than 2 hammers. Although, it brings us further up and then we kick off. We'll eat the hammers. Put on thumpers on it. Come on. Thank you. And then we'll just grab you, put you a little bit further down. Put an aerodynamics on it, put some nose cones, and bam, done. So that's 952. We're gonna do this, put that on there, so that's 203. We don't need that much. We can probably do 50%. And then we'll regulate it with the thrust of immediate, D-stage. Oh yeah, you have a thingy there. Maybe it's recoverable. Who knows? Separate, ignite, get us home, and that's fine. Hope that's enough fuel to do a drive. We're only doing a flyby, right? Just for clarification, we're only doing a quick little flyby, and then we go back. And it is only to get the experience up on our scientist. Let's do Jedin, and then we do the engineers. So these guys are gonna be flying back and forth. Honestly. Do I want to replace that out? I mean, it's a little bit cheeky. That is flyby on the moon. You know what? We're just gonna go for it. Put a command pod down there. Ooh. Yeah, we might be fine. Let's put a command pod on there. Put the little M16 parachute on top. Is that gonna be enough? Probably not with all that weight. How much weight do we have? 2.2. Full deployment altitude 1000. Max deployment speed. Effective diameter. Don't have how effective you are. So we're gonna take the safe bet. And we're gonna put another parachute on here. Put that to 2000. Put that to 2000 just for safety. And we'll try to land in water. Right. So with this, we can throw in that tourist inside the command pod, because then we can make some money back. Okay. So save this up, and let's hit launch and see where this goes. Now, I'm not sure I'll have enough delta V to actually get up. Our thrust to weight ratio just drastically changed. Crew, let's go. These guys. You don't need these. And you're not going to EVA, so we don't need those either. There we go. Right, because we don't have the main stage in there. That's why. So 1.12. These guys are going to be burning for a long time. That'll increase as it gets further up. And then we got 619. It might be a little bit low on fuel for the upper stage. We'll see. Best way to test it is to test it. We got SAS active. We can put that to surface orbit. You know what? Moon is actually not in a bad position right now. Not too bad. Now I will say, the rocket is in the wrong direction. My sense of left and right left me very confused. See if this works. You probably need an inline reaction wheel. Because that is... It is a very, very unruly rocket. Also, I realized that the engine or the boosters are on the wrong way. That's what had me confused. And we do not have enough delta V to get up into Kerbin orbit. That's not nearly enough because we are out of fuel already. Well, this guy has a lot of fuel, but it's not going to be enough. So, boosters needs to be flipped around. Still we're on the wrong way. My bad. And then we need to have... We need to extend that with more fuel. Do. I want to use... You know what? That's a Terrier fuel engine. You know what? Let's just slap on... Let's just slap on a full tank. Lift this up. Thank you. And then we are gonna put on a Reaction wheel. We need more delta. Let's just leave that there. That has us with more fuel, so maybe that's gonna be good enough. I don't think so. Because I need... Oh, maybe. 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 Maybe, perhaps. Possibly. Okay, so that should have us with a lot more fuel for our main stage. We should be a lot more stable now that we have a inline stabilizer in the middle of everything. Let's just start nudging this over, and we also have the rocket in the right direction, and everything else is looking pretty good. Alright, put that maneuver up. We want to see that apoapsis just go swooshing. Come on, get slightly upwards. There we go. Now we're really picking up speed. Now we just want to stick with that prograde and just let it go ham. Apoapsis, come on. We want to hit that 70,000. That'd be nice. Actually, we can reduce our thrust to let us get out a little bit further. Okay. Suboptimal getting into this. But that. And let's kill our throttle. And let's get higher up. Looking pretty freaking good. Now that we're getting closer, we're gonna start burning prograde. Or keep burning prograde. Until we are in a good, solid orbit. So now we just need to start considering slingshotting our way over down to the moon. I mean, we do have a good pass on Minmus. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to Minmus and back, unless we do like a weird moon slingshot over Minmus, get a whole bunch of XP. It'd be nice to hit level 2. I'm gonna be happy with just the moon. Should have burnt frickin' earlier. Because now we are cutting it short. We are fighting atmosphere again, which is bad, bad, bad. We're almost going fast enough to pass the freaking planet, but I think we might need to redo this. Well, let's just accept that went to the shitter. That's gonna pull in our apoapsis. We don't have a lot of fuel. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can make this work anyway. So if we do a little, just a little like 2-second burn up here. We get our periapsis out. Yeah, because we need way more fuel than what we have here. God damn it. Okay, so a little bit of a better trajectory, and we should be good. Was that angle earlier or angle later? That's the question. We just don't run the main stage. Oh. Yeah, we don't want to tilt. Not that way, at least. At 60 meters a second, we start to tilt out a little bit. Then we just hit that prograde. And then we just fight it a little bit. We don't want to hit it that fast. We do want to get outwards. If this works. That is a very, very flat apoapsis. That's not gonna work. That's. I didn't need to revert to freaking vehicle assembly. I just needed to revert to launch. That was a little bit. We got up to a good speed, but we need to be able to get out into proper orbit. The SES failure in the start here did not help. I don't think I need these fins, which increases drag. Now that I have the inline stabilizer up there. Angle you out like 80 degrees. Open up maneuver modes. We see the apoapsis out there. And then we do 70 degrees. Reduce the throttle a fair bit. Gaining altitude prior to us burning through all of our liquid fuel in the main stage. We can do it. We have been into orbit before. Now that we're up above the first area, we just go full burn. And then we just angle down a little bit. It's 60 degrees. That's our boosters gone. And we do 45 degrees. For 50 degrees, that should have us in a reasonable apoapsis. I just need speed and altitude. Worst thing, I'll rip out the freaking boosters and throw the big boosters on it. Okay, so that has us rocking again. We're on 2300 delta V. And our apoapsis is out in orbit. We should be able to leave. We're almost. We just turn that off, wait until we hit 70,000, and then we just let it burn prograde. Gonna lose speed a little bit, but we do have a pretty decent freaking thrust to weight ratio. There we go, we are outside. Let's just have it burn prograde. Turn it upwards a little bit so we can... Apparently we need to fight the freaking apoapsis because we were a little bit slow. Do stability assist. They want to keep the apoapsis in front of us. We don't turn into the freaking atmosphere again. Just want to have this at a constant, so we're not gaining speed, we're not losing speed or time to the apoapsis. And then we can reduce it a little bit because now it's increasing speed. We don't want to have it doing that. We can have it go slowly, slowly, slowly towards it. Because we want to hit that, what, 2400 meters a second? That should be good. Let's just hit prograde. And that should have us pretty solid. Looking much better. So, same rocket. We just did the launch better. Now we are descending a little bit, which is fine. Because we're coming up on periapsis here. And bam. Geostationary orbit. Now, if we do this here, and we do, no, go away, shoo. We do our maneuver mode. Pick that maneuver, go into the maneuver editor. And then we just do prograde. Bam. Okay. So that's a little bit rough. We don't need that. Don't need to be that effective. And then we're gonna move the node a little bit. Because as we said, we just want to do a little bit of a drive-by. Right? But, ooh, that itinerary was orbit around the moon. Yeah, we do not have enough to do orbit around the moon. We got we got 65 seconds worth of fuel. It's gonna take us a minute to get around moon. If we do it that way, we're not gonna have enough fuel to escape. And I want that periapsis to be inside the atmosphere. That should be fine. That puts us that puts our periapsis at 78. That's 23. I mean, that's gonna be good. If we manage this precise of a burn, this is gonna be fine. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna put the thrust limiter on 25. That way we get a much more accurate burn. Rotate around to it. And then we are gonna see if this this works. Now, my bad was I didn't realize that the itinerary was also orbit around the moon, not just fly by the moon. That's totally my bad. Here we go. 30 seconds. 20. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. That's 850 out of our 880. We do not have a lot of margin for error here. Don't have time for this wiggle room, my good sirs. Do not have time for these wiggle rooms. We're doing a high moon orbit flyby. I'm hoping that the mission is gonna be successful, even if you don't get the full payout. Or do I have to orbit the moon? Because this is not so much for the mission as just extra cash for doing the thing. I want to get the experience on the pilots. Or experience on the crew, because we don't have any pilots. Ooh, actually, we can do this one. Because we're going to get a crew report, and we can send the crew report, and that'll count as scientific data from the space around Moon. Yeah, I might have, you know, we could probably have done twice the amount of thrust and hit it on 50, but this will just allow us to be more accurate in our maneuver. And then once these guys have their stars, we can throw them on the other ship and do the mission we actually want to do today. Which is continue building on that moon base. And this will deliver, once we're done with that as well, it'll deliver the scientist to the lab, which will allow us to run science a lot faster. "50 seconds more with the burn. And they have all of the crap on them as well. Report. No science. "22 seconds. 20 seconds remaining on the burn. 15, 14, 13. Learning to count. 12, 11, 10. There we go. Lear, hey, yeah. So the follower chat, the follower only chat is just to eliminate a large quantity of the bots. But I think I can probably get away with removing that now that they're enforcing phone verifications on chat now, right? I know I was reading something about it on Reddit and people were having an absolute fit. So with phone verifications, it would eliminate a lot of the bots. But, you know, you can always fake phone numbers and just do it that way. So, yeah, I prefer just to avoid all the hassle, really. Anywho, made a mobile ground relay for the Steam Workshop. If you ever need a ground-based relay station on Kerbin. Why would you need a ground-based relay station on Kerbin? Since Kerbin kind of bounces signals all around. Or is it more efficient to just throw around a bunch of regular ones? Also, hey Digital Wolf, counting with Kerbals, that's right. And we got an ad break that popped in as well. That should do that. That should have us there. And that has us with 2-second burn. Oh boy, can we actually... Well, I guess. That periapsis, that's our apoapsis. It will lead out once we're getting infected by the moon. That should pop us over. Mention it because a lot of streamers had a moderator set that. Made you think of everything you need to know about it. Needing a ground-based relay in difficult settings you can disable. Oh, okay. Alright, okay, so that, yeah, so disabling extra ground stations would mean that it would make sense to have orbital relay satellites around Kerbin itself to make sure that you can bounce back the signal to it, or at least have, I guess, a geostationary orbit around the space center. To make sure that you always have a signal kind of bouncing off at an angle from the planet. That might be interesting. I'm still extremely green to Kerbal in general. You know, we're learning as we're doing. Pop that into retrograde. That one is ready. Like I said, I've successfully docked with a station / ship in orbit like once. I have a bunch of docking missions and rescue missions and whatever else on my other save, but it's scary. But yes, I do have a polar orbit relay, and I do have a angular one that's kind of a mission thing for the for a station, as well as a relay on the opposite. Hey, welcome back. No, your message came through. It's all good. I am caught on with what your intention is, and it makes perfect sense. And if I do another playthrough, I would probably disable that. Or like the disable the extra stations and whatnot, and have kind of do that from there. So we're gonna come into the moon orbit here. EVA relay kit as well. Okay. So here we're getting the moon encounter. There we go. So that gives us our flyby moon. And that has us being yeeted out of... This is terrifying. Once we're out of that escape, we should be popping out here. Fun thing to do is fly west, set up a relay on the mountains west of Kissy, extending the radio west across the planet by a lot. Because those mountains... Yeah! I've landed on them. Roll down the hill. They are tall. I can vouch for that. So now that we have that, we can grab a crew report. And we can't radio it in because I ripped off the antenna when I was stripping out everything else. Because I was figuring, hey, these guys don't need an antenna. Actually, we got recover scientific data, so we can just do crew report. Keep that, and then that'll complete when we get back to Kerbin. If we can get back to Kerbin here. That should be fun. So that we can speed this up, so that'll have us yanked in onto the moon orbit, and then once moon releases us from its grasp, we are down the scaly path here, and then we need that periapsis to get down a little bit. So we grab that prograde, or retrograde, sorry. That puts our periapsis down to 30, which is maybe a little bit too aggressive of a landing. To like 45. Maybe. Could be fine. Then we do a little bit of a quick save. And then we just burn retrograde when the time is right. What? So what the hell happened to my nav ball? I know I can change it. Gameplay, UI, app scale, nav ball position. You want to be going over here because having you over on the right gets you covered up by the pretty little Kerbin faces. We just geet this speed up a little bit. And we have a whooping 1 second burn. Four meters a second left delta V. Periapsis at 57. Question, do I just burn it and we do a super blitz entrance? I mean, we can yeet off the crap and just go balls to the walls with the capsule. Or, well, you know, our crew compartment. Granted, right now I have no idea where we're gonna land, and I kind of have hoped that we land in ocean. But we'll see. You know, it's excitable. Let's get that maneuver node out of the way. Let's just head over back home. and see what our delightful little planet is saying here. Because we want to keep it in retrograde. Since the engine can take quite a lot of heat before it starts disintegrating, and then we'll disintegrate one piece at a time. I mean, I got 1 second burn. Now, I could ride the atmosphere and have us drop down pile at the time. But I think we're just gonna do that, and we're just gonna accept our fate wherever it may lead. Since we're gonna do 1 lap, and then I'll drop the cabin here. Because I want to do a little bit of a tilt. And then we lose our speed. Coming in here. I want to do this. And I just want to go tumbly, tumbly, tumbly. Separation. That way that debris can do whatever it wants. And this is going to break us down pretty harshly. Now, in hindsight, having the reaction wheel on the opposite side of the heat shield might not have been the best of the ideas I've had. What went boom? Solar panel? What is going boom? Not sure I liked. Oh, yeah, the debris from the other ship. Once built a great submarine, sort of. Still kind of Yankee, but the goal was to explore under the polar ice caps. Was I let down when days later I finally had traversed the entire ocean across Caribbean to get north in a submarine? That is a little bit of a sad thing, but also the great escapades is what makes this game fun, though. You come up with an idea of something you want to do, and yeah, trying to figure out the technical either limitations to what you're trying to do, or just simply this was a fun idea and it worked. Now, for better or worse, we're committed. There is no ifs, buts about it. We are gonna be landing. And every pass we do gets us closer. Unfortunately, it gets us a little bit that debris actually dropping down? Maybe. I'll nuke it from the menu otherwise. And we do 4 times. Aim for 35 kilometers from the... Yeah, I would have done that if I had the fuel for it. But by the time we did the loop around from the moon, I was kind of concerned about the accuracy of propulsion. Since I only had 4 seconds or 8 seconds of delta V coming out of the moon orbit. 4. Ooh, debris won't drop in physics unless you're flying. Okay, so that's why they never actually vanish. Unless I guess they're close enough when you're flying by that it, you know, they pop. That makes sense. Speaking of, is the lab actually running when you're not controlling it or flying it? Or do I need to fly the lab for it to process research? Yeah, you can just delete them. Yeah, that's what I do. It does process in the background. Nice. Yeah, on its own it won't do. I've got it. I have a lab on the moon, and it's crammed with research, and I have it toggled on. The problem is, this is partially why I'm trying to get this crew to get a few notches in their belts of accomplishments. Because I'm sending the engineer and scientist down to with another craft that's going to be flying to the moon. It's going to try to build a docking port and dock with the lab I have. Because it carries with it some essential solar power and batteries that I vastly underestimated the amount of power needed to transmit the data once the lab is full, but also while it's processing. I just want this to drop down. I should have dropped it down forcefully a little bit more, because clearly we could handle the heat. Oh well. Some people just time warp their labs. Yeah, that's... I mean... It... I did it on the initial bits just to kind of see how much power it's using. Whee! Around, around, around we go. So now that we are starting to slow down a little bit. Spinny, spinny, spinny. I should have aimed for like 45,000. Coming from Moon. That would have been fine. I should have just not chickened out and burned the last bits at the apoapsis and then just freaking slowed us down, and that we would have landed by now. I just get too precarious. I've toasted a ship on re-entry before. And it left me scarred. Did you know you can prefabricate a fairing as an aesthetic part? You mean like just make a like a satellite thing and you can just import it as its as a whole thing? I know you can do it, I just don't know how you do it. Because you can store it as like a separate thing. Same thing with landers, right? Build a lander, export it out, or whichever, and then kind of import it as its own thing. Look at how happy these guys are. They're exhilarated. They're flying by and everything's freaking burning every time they do it. It's like a freaking you know, it's like visiting a furnace every time you pass over the planet. I mean, imagine if you want to make something and you want to put walls or something to enshroud it. Ooh. Okay. I follow you. Oh, okay. Huh. Does it affect aerodynamics as well, or is it purely visual? Come on, we can do faster than this. Depends on how you design the shape, I think. Yeah. That's dropping it down significantly. We are getting there, but it's taking its freaking time. But now that we've done this a couple of laps, I guess we can't do that while we're still in atmosphere. Get out of the atmosphere before we can hop over to the tracking station. Get rid of that debris. So I've got this guy, which I promise I landed it perfectly, perfectly capable of standing upright. It did totally not topple on landing. But since I didn't have the science to get the extendable solar panels, it was vastly underproducing electricity. Added on to the fact that when I launched the other ship, i.e. the lab itself, I forgot to put the Kerbals inside the lab. So I was supposed to have an additional scientist and an engineer already on Moon. I just kind of forgot. I had the scientist that we landed with the my initial moon lander that it did manage to land on its feet. Now, as I was warp speeding this at like 5, that lander decided to just get absorbed by the Kraken, and it just absolutely disintegrated. I was sitting here casually looking at this, and then all of a sudden I heard just bam, bam, bam going off in the background, and it's like, okay, well, lander's gone. So I'm looking at feasible ways to anchor stations better, or not have them get krakened. I mean, this is going along. And I saw some mods. One of the station, the flipper style relay you have on the top. Oh, you mean the radar antenna, or the Mark 16, whichever, whatever. It's deployed facing upwards with the dish outwards. Yeah, well, I do have... Tip at this guy. I actually have the relay. Like this guy. This guy being part of one of the missions that I did, which is why it has a science junior on it. Epic background music there. Let's get this bad boy home. Hey, Defiler. I mean, I am. So we are, as you know, we're on the stream save. So lab that's tilted down on the moon is stationary and working. The my original moon lander just disintegrated. It went haywire while I was warping to get more science. Yes, right now we are just returning this orbitar, which I chickened out as usual. So it's taking forever to get back home. Once that's there, we are on an epic mission to land in the same location as the other crap is, so we can do solar panel installing on the station. But yeah, back to also there's an ad break coming in 5 minutes. Back on hold, the Kraken 8-year moon rover. No, not the rover. The original first lander that had all the science bits. The one that actually looked like, you know, the Apollo lander. It decided to just go kablooey. I'm just glad I had my scientist on the lab when that happened. So I was curious for some mod advice that would help me do a reliable, stable, the 900 meters a second that can barely... Yeah, that's the one. I mean, at least it wasn't upside down, right? Oh, the freaking app apps takes forever to get down. I mean, it is shrinking now. We're under 1 million, so, you know, progress. Periapsis is also starting to really come down as well. So, I don't know, another 6 laps around or something, and then we're starting to be home. And then hopefully we will crash into a freaking mountain, as my suspicion is gonna be at. Like, we're gonna be falling down here. Yeah, no, so mod advice. Like, I was reading something about I don't know if it was a colony mod or if it's a base building mod or whichever. Do you have a heat shield on it now? Yeah, I do have a heat shield on it. I just chickened out and didn't decelerate completely at apoapsis, so my periapsis was on 58 something rather than like 40. Which meant it is taking forever to break down. Yeah, I should have done 40 column. Yeah, I PTSD from disintegrating a vessel. That's all I have. That's the only explanation I have. I know, like 45 should be perfectly fine. It should be perfectly doable. Now, granted, when I exited moon orbit, or the moon influence, I only had 8 seconds of delta V to break down completely. And I used like 4 or 5 to get down to the 58,000, and then I kind of chickened out. I have PTSD from War Thunder. That's fine. I see planes in the sky. I don't know, I get scared. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. See, are you running? Are you all the way up to top tier, or are you in the mid-range thing, and or how long have you played it? Because I mean, I be flying them planes. Post-Kerbal disintegration disorder. You're not wrong, Wolf. You are definitely not wrong. Start hearing something creaking and go like, what just exploded? What's going on here? What broke? that added to the Stationeers issue of as soon as you start hearing creaking, and things just explodes all around you, and or you get knocked out because the nitrous oxide just popped. Rank 5. Okay, well you're on a good nice trajectory upwards then. You're still suffering the post propeller era, where things don't just go looking for you; they actually have to fly and find you. You start hitting rank 6 and 7, where the bomb starts looking for you. Now that's a true terror. Ooh, that's fine. Okay, so another 3 laps maybe? Yeah. I'm on rank 5 since 2015. Ooh. Okay, that's started in 2015. That's fine. I mean, it all also an ad break for the people that are afflicted by it. I have a Vilkas. Yeah. And a Leopard 2 AB. Okay, well, you're golden. No, my niche in it in preferable is the air sim part. That's kind of my jam. But I do enjoy running ground and whichever else across the board. Both the modern stuff and the World War II things. So I'm up on like 8.7 with Germany, 8 something with the US, and then we're completely done with the Swedish tech tree, both air and ground. Almost done with the US air tech tree. 2 planes away from top. Getting my Eurofighter as well on the German side, so you know it's getting there. But then I've also run. My account is also from the dawn of time in War Thunder, and whenever I do sit down and do excessive grinding in it, I really fall hard for the min-maxing. So I will just roll like PvE and sim or air grind, because it's just so much more fun for me, and it is so much more rewarding. Ground, not so much. That I just slug out in realistic. So our apoapsis is coming down to 300 kilometers. We are doing some nice, good progress. Now, I am hoping we can splash down somewhere around KSC, but I do not have any hopes of that being the case. I just pray to the divine Kerbin gods that we don't land in a freaking mountain. I think our next lap, we're gonna be landing. Yeah, next lap we're definitely gonna be landing. Because I think we're gonna do one last lap here. Yeah, it's not gonna get the apoapsis down far enough. Okay. Yeah, so mod advice on anything that can do it's not easy to time, but I imagine I was getting bombed, so I just went from non-moving to driving forward, and somehow me moving just dodged a locked missile. So depending on the missile type, for example, if it's a Maverick, as an example, the AGM-65 B2F, they're fire and forget. So once it's launched from the plane, the missile does everything on its own. It no longer receives input from the aircraft. But depending on the altitude, the distance, and the angle the plane fired on, it's pretty much the same as in Kerbal. It gets momentum, and it picks a target, and if you veer out of it fast enough, and or it carries enough momentum, but has spent its fuel, it can only do gyro maneuvers, so it can only do like force torque trying to adjust course. So if it's fast enough, it's not going to be able to pull the G's because it doesn't have the propulsion capable of moving it. So you just moving like 10 meters if the missile was launched from way far out, and or it's coming really, really fast, can actually do it. Using fins, I'm assuming? Yeah. It has a little gyro stabilizer. Most of them has a little gyro thingy, and then they're using fins to adjust course based on airflow. So, you know, it's a little bit of an aircraft that is, well, you know, technically a rocket without fuel is kind of, it's a glorified glider, essentially. And if you move outside its maneuverable trajectory, you're fine. And the other thing is actually kind of funny. With most of the air-to-ground ordnance, if you pop smoke, stay inside the smoke, it'll lose track, and it does a little safety thing, and it just dead drops. You know the Rapier jet engines in the game? Yeah, the ones after the Panthers. They do not be unlocked yet. It's like a gazillion tech down the line. No, it's once we get the research station up and running, we're gonna be able to harvest a lot of it. Now, I want to do a Minmus mission as well later. Probably not gonna be able to do that tonight because we're gonna do that resupply build moon mission. Now we should be landing. We are go for descent, boys. We are go for descent. There is no coming back. We are in it for the biscuit. Make a fairing shaped like a missile, and inside you place a small mixed fuel tank and a normal large fuel tank. The missile can take off with mixed fuel ratio for an initial rocket takeoff, using the intakes to slowly accelerate to supersonic speed. Oh, yeah. Well, as I projected, we're on a path of descent. And that's gonna go down, that's gonna go down, that's gonna go down. I'm hoping we can land in this bay, but we are gonna be landing out in the middle of this fucking mountain. I guarantee it. Put that on... Go, heat shield, go. Oh boy. Well, there's not a lot of things left on the heat shield. Is the heat shield gonna last us? Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. We're decelerating fast enough. Has anyone had a heat shield pop from exerting? That's not a lot left on the heat shield. Holy smokes. Yeah. Oh, that was close. That was close. Had me sweating there a little bit. Okay, so Complete freaking blackness. It's the repeated. Yeah, I'm guessing it's the repeated uses because we've been skimming the atmosphere for so many times. You know what? Let's just do a quick save here. Am I good on 1,000 meters? It feels a little bit close. Hey, discount engineer. Takes a fair bit of punishment even if the ablator is gone. Yeah. You're coming in too fast, too hot. How much is gonna save you? No, but we've done like 28 laps around inside the atmosphere with the heat shield. Because I didn't pull enough into the atmosphere on the descent from the moon. So yeah, it's it was excitable. But you know what? It's a desert, and an interesting one. Bam! Look at that, beautiful. So we can grab. Oh yeah, automatic EVA is disabled because, well, they don't have. They don't really have a way to get out of the hatch. Right. So that has us recover. It was only 27 laps, not 28. Oh, that's true. That's true. Or was it 27.2? That's the question. But that has our guys coming back. Our crew got that experience. So they got another star. Hey, well, you know what? I enjoy anyone popping in here and having a chat. It has been a delight as well. You take care of it, and good luck with whichever endeavor you are on, whether it is sleeping, eating, or just taking a cruise and doing something else. So, now that we have these guys returned, we are going to, we're gonna take a look and see if this guy works. I am overkilling it. I know. I am vastly overkilling it. And the only mission this guy has, deliver this pod to the station. Now, I haven't tested it. And it's essentially staging it, so it's burning from the exterior fuel first and then in mainstay, and if I don't have enough fucking fuel to get out into whichever, I'm gonna be sad. Now, I could probably get away with just strapping on 6 of these on top of it without this extra stuff. Is that a hitchhiker or mobile app? It's a hitchhiker. It carries, it has, I got a cargo storage unit here, which has all the size bits. And then we got a hitchhiker that carries batteries, docking ports, and solar panels. And I'm hoping the 1100 Delta V is going to be sufficient to land. On there. 1, maybe 2 mini central fuel tanks. Yeah. Like, I could probably cut down a tank. Because, I mean, I'm also not trusting the Delta V designations here for it, because we are running a fairly heavy. And it is a really, really, really expensive rocket. Because it's just doing, like, the stage separation Delta V updates. We're gonna see if... Build a new surface outpost on the moon. Like, excuse me. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I also have this one. This is kind of an interesting one. With, you know, repair a rover. Prestige trivial. Yeah, right. I got a lot of these mixed things in here. Do you have a Delta V map for KSP, or you know roughly what you need to get to and from places? I do. I'm just bad at reading them. I'm getting a hang of it. But there is a difference between knowing how much Delta V I need and adding some extra to what I actually need because I'm shit at flying. those are two very distinctly different criterias. And I do not remember if I rotated this. I don't think I did. We'll see if I face east or not. I was hoping to get a mission that would help pay for that rocket, because it is one expensive rocket. But that didn't seem to be the case. Alright, the Delta V map is for people who know what they're doing. For the rest of it, it's a starting point. Exactly. Now, this one is kind of interesting. I might actually grab this one. Because I do want to build a surface outpost on Minmus. And I want to have a mobile processing lab on it. And I got 17 years to do it, so... I get 28 science for just completing it as well, which is not bad. I think that might be the next goal after I got this sorted out. Let's take this and fly and see what happens. Have it kind of prepared, tucked away. So, in the crew, we are going to be grabbing our scientist, and we are going to be grabbing our engineer. And it is going to be steered with a probe. And like I said, the reason why we did that flyby on the moon was to make sure that we get a little bit of extra stuff. As well as the engineer to do a little bit of other cool things. Also, repack parachutes. Repair failures. Anywho. Tourist, well, the tourist needs to get back to Kerbin. Or actually, do I need to return him to Kerbin? If his itinerary is only orbit around the moon, doesn't it explicitly say return to Kerbin if he needs to come back to Kerbin? Maybe it does in the actual mission briefing thing. Right, so you don't need the parachute because there's nothing to parachute towards. You do need EVA. And then we're gonna do... we need to build a rocket to repair that satellite. But that's once we have... Let's take a look at the tech tree. Because once we have that lab working at 100% efficiency on the moon, my target is essentially getting the Octa 2. So I can get access to a slightly better thingy-mabob for steering. The alternative is to do better propulsion, like heavier rockets for the mainsail. And then just shoring up a lot of these other techs. Like the other command module, like this thing would be absolutely fucking fantastic to get if I want to do a unminmus operation and do the command pod and a lab. Also want to have rovers so I can actually tinker around with that, but you know, one step at a time, or 7. A thingamabob. Well, this stream just got too technical. Well. Engineer, scientist. Let's see if this works. Might need to wait for the moon to pass over a little bit. Hopefully I'm angled in the right direction. Hopefully I remembered an inline steering wheel as well. You know what? I already know that this is gonna go to shit. Anti/normal is very useful for going to the minmus or rendezvous. Yeah. We are gonna need some wings. Because I know how this works if we do not have wings on the boosters. It usually does not go well. And then we have... I do not have a... Where do I put that? I can put that here. Fuck it. You know what? I really want the big one. I want the big one. So let's just do that. Grab you and then just hide that one. There we go. See no evil, hear no evil, be no evil, right? Now, I was tempted on slapping on some landing lights on this thing because I was watching, I don't know which one I stumbled upon, and people complain about the Kraken. Don't worry about it. You see no evil, hear no evil. And he slapped on some landing lights on it. Like the illuminators. Or which... Yeah, I think it was the illuminators, right? And it made it so much easier to kind of see where the landing is happening. And then I also forgot to put on a mobility enhancer. So just some... There we go. Put that there. And that has us completed. Okay. Let's launch. Now see, we remembered about things before they became a problem for once. So we have that torque wheel slightly upwards, which is going to be in the middle of the center of mass when we drop the main stage. We got our engines rolling in full capacity. We detach the boosters. We detach the side fuel tanks. And then we have this one going upwards, and we are so overkill, it's insane. So, full freaking thrust, put on SAS. We got jetting, we got Bill. Yeah, we can probably cut down the throttle a little bit. Duna, here we come, right? It's like, well, you know what? Let's change our destinations mid-flight. Let's go to Duna instead. We'll bring the lab later. I mean, arguably, I could probably get away with doing that. Let's see if we can tilt over. Ooh, everything is in the wrong direction. Let's do 80 degrees. That should be pretty plenty. it released all of the struts. Okay. No, 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 no. We are a little bit precarious here, boys. I want to have that, and I want to have stage view. So since these guys are a little bit disconnected incorrectly, we just want to rotate a little bit. Just so I have... There we go. Okay, so now we can rotate back. Let's see what our app-axis is saying. That's fine, that's fine. And then we just shift over to prograde. And we just let it do its thing. We can probably decelerate here a bit. We don't need to pick up that much speed before we're getting out. So this puts us at a very, very, very comfortable amount of delta V. So do not fly by. What if we do a do not flyby and then land on the moon? Because we got plenty of fuel. We got our whole freaking upper stage here as well. I mean, granted, I'm at the upper axis here because I kind of forgot to throttle up because of the amount of insane quantity of fuel we have. So we're just gonna tilt it straight upwards. We're having a little bit of a significant apoapsis issue here. We might need to restart this. Yeah. There was some significant fuel wastage. We can probably build this a hell of a lot more effective. We can probably ditch 3 cans of fuel, if not 6 cans of fuel. I mean, to be fair, I can probably ditch the side boost or the side thrusters. Because I mean, right now we're just burning freaking straight upwards, and we still have 3,500 delta V left, and that's not counting the lander. Pretty sure that's exactly how NASA launches rockets. So we're here, right? We're here. What can we do with this now? Hey, Norm Games. Coming here with the hydrate, thank you. So we are... Well, I was doing a resupply mission for Moon. Efforting. But I got kind of distracted with myself here. With how much I overbuilt this rocket that I kind of forgot to actually do proper rocket trajectorying. Now that we have that done, we're pretty solid. We have our entire upper stage completely free. I mean, we can do all kinds of things with this. Do I want to do a Minmus flyby and then land on Moon? It was a it is a Moon supply mission. So I've got, just waiting for the stage to stage separation here. So I've got a hitchhiker storage with a bunch of solar panels and power banks, and then I have this guy that's kind of partially some start of a rover, and then the science bits, because they were on my other lander that exploded due to Kraken. We are just gonna get into stationary orbit around Kerbin, and then we'll see what we have Delta V-wise to play around with. Do we have another? It's just 2 crew slots on it. Yeah, so let's get into Kerbin orbit, and then we'll figure out. We launched at a little bit of a shitty position, so we'll wait for the Moon to catch up. But yeah, we should be good. Plenty of fuel to go. Scaringly amount of fuel to go, really. I mean, to be fair, I could even sync up with the Kerbal station and do something there. Periapsis is coming up. We've got 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Let's go for 80,000. That has us in stable orbit with 3,000 Delta V to go. So what do we do with all of that fuel? I mean, hello, Duna. Am I right? Am I right? Let's let's hide these relays and the other bits and bobs. Actually, let's just do that. No, we'd struggle with Duna because it's not a crewed ship. Same thing with Minmus, I suppose. It's a probe ship, but it has people in the hitchhiker storage compartment. So I think we're just gonna accept the fact that this was a colossal waste of cash, and just go for our original target, which is our Moon. And since we are in a circulatory orbit, we can just pick whichever direction we want it to be using. So let's just go there. Catch that in here. Pick and choose. What do I want to do? I want to get behind. Or if I do that, I'm gonna come in at a weird angle. I can do something to that effect. And then we either throttle up or we go down. Right? That puts us at a stable orbit over Mun, and that should be fine. I guess we can do a quick save just in case. We have botched that before. So as we said, 860 is usually the go-to to get into moon orbit or moon encounter. And then we do essentially prograde burn, but it's not entirely a prograde burn. We are gonna do this burn manually. It's a heavy one. It's 2 minutes and 7 seconds. We're gonna rotate around a little bit. You know what? Let's keep the horizontal the way we want it to. Up is down, down is up. It's a little bit of a rough rocket to steer. That should be good, and that is our burn start. And then we just want to burn for that 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes and something. And then that'll take us into a nice, good meet and greet with the moon. And like I said, we are over-fueled like crazy for this mission. Little extra nudge for Minimus, doing us not much more, to be honest. No. I mean, it is true. If we have the output for the moon, then we could already go crazy and go opposite outwards. But I have a feeling that I'll mess up somehow. Now, this rocket could probably take us to Duna. But it's in that path of, I don't have satellite coverage. The second I lose signal, I'm toast. We are just going to be coasting out and crash into a planet or something. Because it's a non-piloted vessel. Yeah, I would not recommend doing it this time. No, I wanna make sure we get to Moon and Minimus flyby is 110% doable currently. Even though, like, I guess, yeah, because I do have the relay on. I do have the relay circling Moon. Right? We do have a relay out here. Yeah, it's not so much getting there as the communication with the probe to make sure I still have control over the ship. There we go, inside point 1. So that then has our moon encounter, and then here we just burn 216 delta V, and that'll put us inside a nice, stable moon orbit. As I said, that's 260, which means we are 1800 too much. Which is like a full fuel tank. Or 2. Like I said, arguably, if I just extend that out, hitting Minimus would probably not be too much of a problem if I wanted to do a flyby on it. So I know the rocket is fully capable of doing that. It's not 1800 too much. It's just 1800 not enough. I mean, true. So we want to go buzzy. Life forward. So the exciting thing here is going to be not crashing into the moon. It's going to be managing to land. And yeah. And then we do... Oh god. Okay, that had me freaking terrified. It's still 24 minutes until the It shifted things around and I half panicked there. I was like, God, where is it taking me now? Why is it not stopping the freaking warp? Whew. Okay. So, coming up here. Let's do a little casual strolling up into our control. And once again, I don't have an inline reaction wheel on the lander side, which means it's going to be slightly annoying to control. But hopefully it'll be less of a beast. Yeah, the other one. I mean, what's the delta V required to actually land on Moon? Like 580, right? Or 580 should it should keep me there. And the thrust to weight ratio on this, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So 27 seconds of a burn time. Yeah, yeah. Should be 540. Or 580. My chart is saying 580. My chart could be wrong. "12, 11, 10, 9, counting with Kerbals at the Moon. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, almost 1, 1. Okay, and then we just wanna nudge it. I mean, we don't need to be that precise because we're just putting ourselves into a stable orbit. Right, so that is our nice little stable orbit. Now we could just burn prograde or retrograde, because we do not have a particular actually let's go stability. Do I want to burn? Is it this way? Yeah, it's this way. Because we need to get into a horizontal plane or an angular plane with the Moon Lab. And I know I am burning, I am decreasing the distance as well because I'm burning halfway in between the points. That should be fine, and then we'll burn a little bit here. Where the hell is it I need to burn? It's here somewhere, right? Or are we on a good trajectory? That should be good. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's go there and let's put us in a an equatorial freaking orbit. Slow down, slow down, slow down. And then we do that. Thank you. 6 seconds of burn. Not a lot. A little bit of a fine precision for me. Let's just do a little bit of a warp to get closer. Slow down. So, 6 seconds in 6 seconds. Looking pretty slick. And bam. That is looking pretty good. Okay. Do I want to burn slightly more? No, we're probably fine there. So now we just need to brake. So if we do warp here, and we just need to not collide with anything that we have flying around the freaking moon. It's getting crowded here. We're having some nice relay capacity. So let's warp out there and let's do retrograde. And then we're just gonna shrink that apoapsis to what, like 15,000? We don't need to be too careful. Turning our periapsis into our apoapsis, and then turning our periapsis down. Like I said, we got 500 seconds of this to burn, so plenty, plenty, plenty. For once. So let's get that down to 20,000. That's going to keep us clear from any obstacles. And then we just warp down there. Once we get down there, we'll pull in our apoapsis, and then we'll do the last bit adjustment for the Moon Lab approach. And probably do our stage separation as well. Because I don't want to carry the crap with me onto Moon because he's heavy. We don't need it. So now that we're on the periapsis side, we just rein in. And we're still in a good plane for the lab. Pop in a quick save. Never have too many of those. Get this burnt in. Bam, 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 bada, bam, 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 bam. So. Do this. That's looking pretty freaking slick. Can we get so? Yeah. That gets us pretty much straight over the lab. And then we're basically just gonna do the last burn, so we have a collision course with the Moon. We'll detach to make sure that this debris just falls into it. And then and that should be pretty solid. So we're gonna do the burn here somewhere. Oh, we need to go. It's actually we want to wait because we want to have the sun with us. We don't want to be fighting the sun. And there is still a few cases where we lose signal entirely, which is not great. Here we go. Okay. So, our next lap, we got the Moon Lab straight up in our site. We can actually do this right here. I think we can do this right here. Because we got enough to just burn to whichever. So, we just do... we just go crazy burn. Like I said, we don't care about fuel. We don't have a fuel issue. Which is probably the first and only time you're gonna hear me say that in Kerbal. Any other time, we only have fuel issues. Oh, you did not. Defiler, damn you. Okay. Hang on. I'll give me a second. I'm also gonna take the opportunity to just refill my drink quickly. But yeah, give me a minute. We need to equip protective headgear. That's what we need to do for this landing. There we go. We are now equipped. So, we want to be burning upwards a little bit, right? Oh, no. It's the opposite direction. It's the opposite direction. We want to be facing downwards. Do we want to do... Well, the ins? I don't even remember what these guys are called, but we are shifting upwards. So we want to alter our trajectory to hit the freaking moon lab. Once we're on trajectory, we should be pretty good. Do you want backseating now or later? I mean, I'm always fine with backseating. Like I said, we got plenty of fuel, so this shouldn't be a problem. Until it becomes a problem. Now, arguably, if we just fly like an idiot, almost directly above it, and then we just do full full horizontal burn to almost just drop downwards, it should make the landing easier. And like I said, we got 5.6 thrust to weight ratio on this one. When we separate it, we'll have 10. That's gonna yeet us directly into freaking orbit again. If we go straight over it, I'm hoping we should be fine. Now, as we've all seen before, I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to moon landings. We are luckily able to do it at the best of times. And then at the worst of times, well, it explodes. So, now that we're here, do stable, and then we just do a little bit of a burn. That's where the hell is? That's the 3 craters. So that's down there. Oh yeah, when burning anti/anti-normal to change pitch, better to do it at the highest point in norm. Yeah, but in our case, it was a matter of we don't really care about fuel conservatives this time. I don't think I lost anything important. But we did cause absolute mayhem to our direction and our propulsion. I should have done that earlier. Let's see here. F3 will give you damage report. Fuel tank, nose can collide in this lander. Stack separated current. Yes, it hit the thingy. Yes, we do want to go. This is a problem. Houston, we have a significant problem. When's the next relay coming? Well, I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did a save. Signal eclipsed by the horizon. That is indeed the case. Or rather, the satellite kind of dipped under. There we go. Okay. Well, well, that burned most of our fuel. I knew I should have put out another satellite before I tried to do this. Okay. Can we somehow salvage this? I mean, that satellite is nowhere near gonna get around fast enough to actually be of use. Okay, so flip around. Flip around. And only one relay satellite. What could possibly go wrong? Well, nothing. Absolutely nothing. We might have to load an autosave or a quick save and just try to get down faster. Oh, we are just coming in on... oh, that is a bad signal route right there. We might have a slight predicament here, my good sirs. A slight. Well, glad I grabbed the helmet because we are coming in hot. This is less than optimal. So either load the disconnect quick save, or we load the one slightly prior to that and wait for the satellite relays to reposition themselves. Like we just need a little... Yeah, I got zero control now. I don't think I'm gonna get signal back until we explode the Kerbals that is inside of this poor little vessel. Oh, that's annoying. This guy's way too far. This guy, yeah. God damn it. So close, yet so far away. So 20. Let's see where 20 is, because that was not gonna work. Yeah, so we're basically fighting the satellite here. And I don't think we're gonna make it, so we can just do... we'll abort this. We'll do a prograde burn. I guess technically not a prograde burn, but we'll not a downward burn. We want to do an upward burn. We just want to miss slightly. And then we just go out to this guy. Now, I feel like we can do the opposite here. We don't want to extend out the apoapsis. We just want to extend in this guy, right? So we just want to do, what, burn prograde here? Or, I guess just burn prograde, fuck it. And then have a little bit of throttle. Get that out, what, 15,000? There we go, and then we do swirly, 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 so we're faster than the satellite. But we should be good. If we're trying to land here, the satellite's gonna extend out on this side. And we should be fine, right? Save. I think we might be fine. We might be good. Maybe, right? Or is the horizon gonna mess us over again? Gonna cut us directly over. Definitely, maybe. I think if we can get angle around, use the gimbals of the engines. Still need to burn a bit of retrograde. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. Maybe the signal strength might be high enough for that to not become a problem. And let's just burn, 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 burn. Now, we might be pooched here again. This satellite is taking way too long to get around the corner. But it should be fine, right? Should be good. We should be fine. Let's prepare ourselves for a crash. We got our protective headgear. That's looking pretty good. So let's we got that sorted out. So let's just do the stage separation here. So we're gonna flip us around. We still have the rotation here, so that's kind of working in our favor. Let's do a decouple here. Wow, that I forgot to change out the force on it, so we're just gonna yeet that there. There we go. Nice. And of course, it's as we are no longer connected to the frickin' antenna. Hopefully that satellite can come around the corner, which I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping it does. Limited probe control. No fucking probe control is what you're saying. Can I get like Bill to just walk out and turn on the engines manually? just get out there and turn the switch. Yeah, I think we needed one more lap. Around Mun. Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna need. Is that gonna be? Was that after the burn or is that before the burn? That was after. So we're just gonna do. We're just gonna do another lap. That's gotta be fine, right? That has to be fine. Yeah, that's gotta be fine. We are balling that this is okay. So, full freaking burn. Let's land. I have decided that this is the time we are landing. We have come to the conclusion that landing is an option right now. And then somewhere around there, bam, done. That's gonna be close enough. And we do our stage separation here. Maybe we do the adjustment, right? Maybe we do the linear adjustment. So that's... which symbol is that? It's the funky... that's the funky down one. We want to be going this way. Just for the little... that's a little bit too far. Just a little adjustment here. Move that line directly over the crater. There we go. Now we're gonna mess this up anyway, because it's gonna throw us into freaking pinball spin. And then we do retrograde, turn on the thrusters a little bit, just a little sneaky, so we can get the gimbal in order. Actually, we can do this. There we go. Look at that, beautiful. And then we turn the SES off, turn the RCS on, rotate and roll a little bit, and then turn that stabilizer on here in a second. There we go. Okay, so we're in good orbit. We're on a good descent, and now we have relay up, so we actually have signal communication. And this is why we didn't do the Duna, because we would have just been flying off in the wild distance, and that would have been spectacularly bad. So back here, let's go stability assist. We're just gonna go horizontal, or yeah, horizontal burn as we're getting closer to the lab. And I guess we're doing that suicide burn. 60 seconds of 10 thrust to weight ratio. That's gonna decelerate us insanely fast. Not sure I like the trajectory we're on, but that's fine. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. So we are coming out here with Bill and Jedding, which both did a little bit of a drive-by moon to get a star each and a level up. So we get a little bit of bonus and a little bit more utility from them. And then we have a lander that is packed to the brim with crap in it. And I also forgot to bring out the parachutes because we didn't really need to bring those. That is extra weight. Extra weight is unnecessary. And then we have our science stuff because that was all stuck on the original lander that got crackened to the smithereens. So we need to replace them to be able to keep filling up the lab with important data to keep cycling science. And then also parts to start building a rover, which I just want a rover. Not necessarily for any specific purpose, I just want a rover. But here we are gonna start to send a little bit. Angle up since we don't have any proper freaking control. We're coming in pretty hot. Switch over to land. And then we are just gonna do a crazy, because our landing spot is right around here. Hey, look at that, apart. Yes, we passed our landing spot a little bit. Unfortunately, we do need a little bit of a forward adjustment. There we go. Do that over there. Now we just need to find our lab. I don't like the forward momentum we have. Where is the damn lab? Does anyone see a little lab here on the surface? There it is. There it is. I see it. What happened to 2K excess fuel? It was on the other stage. Don't hurt me for not figuring out lander controls yet. We need to skip over there. That's wrong freaking direction. wrong freaking direction. We want to be going that way. I had it under control, and then my mind just... my mind was... got a little bit confused. We just need to take it. Need to take it very, very, very steady. And we want to fold these out just in case. Nope, no. Just want to go slowly, slowly. Not too much, not too much. And yes, I am being picky right now because I need to land as close to the damn thing as possible because I want to dock with it. I'm just trying to get used to the controls a little bit as we're slowly making our way over there. Oh, you say nice controlled approach. I am panicking here right now. No. Not too much. Not too much. No. Not too much. Not too much. Not too much in this direction. Damn it. I just need a little bit just need to nudge it over a little bit. I just need... God damn it. The lack of a rotation capacity without the gimbal from the engines is really causing me a headache. Damn it. We are so close. We are so close, yet so far away. Can I just RCS, like, push myself forward here? Yeah, I know. I got plenty of freaking RCS fuel here. That's kind of... The question is, if I turn off the engines... like, if I shut off the engines, right? And then we do... You know what? Let's save this, because... doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough. It's age to go straight upwards, and it just doesn't have enough. Maybe can we? Yes, if I keep it up with the RCS, I can push it forward. I just don't want to let it do too much so it tilts over. Incline is a little bit scary. Okay. So I want to get it on just on the side here. And then we what direction do I want to push it in? That's no docking clamp. No, I know. But I have docking clamps in the hitchhiker. The question is if I can get 14 monopropellant left. I mean, arguably, I could tip it. that would put me adjacent to it. You know what? Deviate. Let's see what we can do here. I mean, I do have this, right? Right. Yeah, good call. Let's board that. Let's save this. Moon base building. Avoid Kraken. Arguably, I want to move the antenna. So I want to move that to this side. And kind of rotate it so it's tilting upwards. Because that would push it out of the way. So let's figure some things around here. Build my man. Let's build something here. So we want to do a little bit of move. Can we move the antenna? Right? Can we grab the antenna? Nope, that's monopropellant. I want to move, yeah, this guy. Right? We put you here. And we rotate you. I don't know what is being rotated, but not what I want it to be rotated. We want to do that. There we go. And then we need to move it in there. That'll fold out in this direction instead. And then we do, can we grab, this menu is a little bit in the way. That's not what I wanted to grab. That is most definitely not what I wanted to grab. So if we exit out of that one, because it is being silly, and then we grab. Why can't I? It's not in. Can I not? Exit construction mode. Can I? Going into build mode. Yeah. Hit this. Can I not do that? Also, that was very uncomfortable. There we go. So, why can't I place things all of a sudden? Because I'm in rotate. How do I get out of? I can hit 1. Because I can't hit it behind the freaking menu. I hit 1. There we go. So can we place that here now? Right? We do. Ah, the lander is slightly in the way. I should have placed this beforehand and then had the docking clamp in on it. That is slightly annoying. So we are gonna just take you. We're gonna move you around. And then we're gonna take this one here. And then we're gonna rotate you. No. That's not what I wanted to do. No, Kraken, please. No. Why did you absorb my ship? Move you out. That's a little bit of an issue. I mean, technically, I don't need to walk into it. I can just... Apparently not. And you're not gonna... You don't want to do that. I see. Okay. Haven't had that happen before. But apparently that's a thing. Are we stuck in it? Is this a station? Two probes love each other. No, so We also have no signals. We can't operate the damn thing. I don't know how. Oh yeah, because this guy doesn't have a signal because it's being blocked here. So I need another relay from I need another geostationary or equatorial stationary. I need two relays. I need one relay here, and I need one relay, another relay on the moon, or you know, in opposite direction of the moon, or you know, best way 3 of them. But we are where we are, which means all we can do is just warp. Hope things doesn't explode while we're waiting for the relay to get into contact. Here we go. Nope. No. I say no. That's what I say. Okay, what? What just happened here? Did Bill accidentally flip the landing gear? Was that what happened? Bill, what the hell are you doing with my poor little lander? You know what? We're gonna save here again. So we're gonna put docking rings on these guys. And I don't remember how precise does docking rings needs to be. They need to be really precise, right? Because I'm thinking if we can rotate this to align with that guy, maybe they're happy. I don't want to detach it. Or is it sad because of that one? Did that work? That could work, right? Like if I manage to just nudge it. Just ever so slightly. I guess I could nab a monopropellant tank from this guy and attach it here to get more monopropellant. I just need to know what is forward. We want... Yeah, I think that might be possible, right? We transfer over we transfer over some monopropellant over to this guy. We also save, hope, and pray that we can do this. And we can grab this guy. That didn't work. That didn't work at all. God damn it. I have an idea. Okay, I got an idea here. So, problem with grabbing the landing gear here is that when we edit it, it doesn't exist. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna grab this landing gear. And then we're gonna put it on this ship. Right? And obviously, I think what we want to do is we want to nab all of the landing gears. What the hell do I... There we go. And we want to reposition these guys. So we get which freaking axis is it? There we go. Okay, there we go. So that gives us a little bit more stability on our base. Maybe I should have pushed it in the ground a little bit so it lifted it up rather than being on the terrain itself. Maybe. Also, let's have a look and see if this works. So if I grab... Let's just progressively save as we're building this. If we grab this monopropellant tank, right? And we just slap that on here. I'm presuming... You can adjust spring strength for that as well. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't think I can on the shitty initial ones because this is the poopy ones. So let's see if we suddenly have. Can we not? No. Okay, you know what? Let's retract ladder. I think the ladder broke with all of that flipping around. I somehow couldn't crawl my way up to the crew hatch. Grab, climb, 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 climb. Why can't I get further up into the crew hatch? Okay. Hey, hang on. We can push it. Okay. Let's. You're a strong little engineer here, Mr. Bill. You're a very strong engineer. Let's see if we can push you around. Can we? Am I moving it at all? Either way, frustrated. I couldn't get into the crew hatch again. Okay. Why can't I access the crew hatch? There we go. Okay, interesting. Let's see here now. Yes, we got a little bit of monopropellant. We are gaining the monopropellant that's inside these tanks when we're transferring them over. We got... Why are we not moving forward? We are so close. I mean, I can align it slightly different, right? We go here, go there. I didn't want to disconnect it. I just wanted to reposition it slightly. And now I have a cat that is decisively helpful. Okay, so rotate. I'm gonna rotate it on this plane and on that plane. Almost. We are aligned. Almost. How the hell do I hit? How do I hit dock? What is the actual button for dock? I might have broken my save. Bill is on the outside, but Bill is also on the inside. You need to get close enough. Is it automatically docking as you kind of get close enough, or... Yeah, I broke my save. Great. I guess we load that one and hope things doesn't explode when I load them in, because they're separate entities and they're very, very close to each other. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, boy, boy. In space, they tend to auto-align and interact when near. On surfaces, you need to be a lot more precise and close. Yeah, I figured that would be the case. But now we know what we need to do. First, we need to flip open and grab all of the monopropellant of the vessel. That is good. That is golden. We are sold on that. Second, we need to adjust this guy slightly. I don't want to have you in the way with the leg, so we're gonna move you around. That's fine. And then we want to do this guy. We want to rotate. You can increase the magnetic force they have, but that can also have unintended consequences. Well, as it stands right now, the only unintended consequence is them docking. That's what I see in front of me here. Arguably, I could move the batteries as well to kind of extend my range. Also, I believe, yeah, this is just a tiny girder. That's not going to help me. That's not going to help me. That's battery packs. That's also not going to help me. Yeah, no, so we're gonna try that. Clearly we need to save after each step because we can break the save. AKA brick the save. See if we can climb up here now. Nope, we still cannot access the hatch, but maybe we can Nope. So RCS it is. You could move the batteries that stepped a little bit more of the ship as well. Yeah, I think we can. Like if I grab the batteries, because if we disconnect that, we can move that out of the way, and we can move. Can we not? No, we cannot. Technically speaking, I am attaching it to the freaking landing. It doesn't want to attach to that point. We're doing that, right? Then we can rotate this a little bit. We do that. And then we can grab this battery, slot that in there. We can grab the next battery, slot that in there. Then we can grab the docking and put that here. We can extend out the docking ring just ever so slightly. Hey, look at that. Okay, and then we save this. RCS. It's a little bit. Hey, look at that, the backflip. Awesome, Bill. You're so happy you managed to get that in order that you made a little backflip. So if we just do that, and then we how do we hit dock? Is it not? Do I need to align it slightly upwards, or? Hey, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I just needed to push it a little bit so it realigned itself. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I'm probably gonna ship structural parts, like the structural like tubes, and rebuild it and kind of build it completely from, you know, kind of redesign it. But it means that we now have a hell of a lot bigger battery storage for our science. All of our goons here is in the hab of it. So we're gonna grab you, because you need to get back into the science lab instead, which I could probably have done like a transfer thing. But I mean, Who doesn't like to do a little EVA? So we board it. And then that should have us be able to do a whole bunch load of science. And then we just need to do more installations. Now that we have that sorted out, we have learned that when you are changing out and going into build mode, make sure you jump off any ladder you're sitting on, because it'll ghost the carbon on that ladder. So, now that we have that sorted, we are going to add a bunch more battery packs here. Which is changing out the weight of this one. I don't like the fact that it looks like it's freaking separating. There we go. So that's our battery packs installed. And then entering and exiting, it does a little jumpy to adjust for the weight, I'm presuming. So let's do a little bit of a save here. I have a feeling that base building is done very much in segmented in between the quick saves, because that can get very, very scary very quickly. Is the build populated based on proximity? Yeah, it is. So we are gonna do our usual science part. And since we already have this guy here, I'm thinking of, let's put it on top of this. We have all the science in one place. And then we're going to do, just for safety, put a strut there. Just in case. Making sure that they're rigidly connected. Now, is these guys... they're rotating 360 degrees, right? The solar panels. So I have the long ones. I believe I brought. Yeah, I brought the long ones. Yeah. And I mean, because we're on a base, we can rotate them if we want. Strut's gonna be in the way. This is probably not the most efficient way to place them. But it is doing what we wanted it to do. We are gaining solar panels. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy. And we got just coming up midnight as well, so I am quite happy with what we accomplished here today. This has been absolutely freaking a blast. Scary, but it's been a blast. Look at that. We managed to haul the new lander over with more parts. So we can have more crew here if we want to. We got an additional scientist and we have an engineer here so we can build whatever we need to build. Have that hooked up with docking ports that we built on site. We crawl back up to the hatch now. Yay, look at that. The hatch works fine now. So that has us on plus 12.24 power. That is plenty. That is plenty. So if we do that, we can see that we are pushing. And now if we hit extend antenna. Is the power between both considered one? Yeah, because they're docked. So they're one singular cohesive unit now. Which is why I wanted to dock it. Because then this is part of this one. So they're physically counted as one unit. So less risk of explosions. Also, freaking ad break. Why always the timing? I did save. So now that we have that sorted out, we can speed that up. Doing funky things on its own. It is. Once it goes out of warp, it does its funky things. Now, like I said, these landing struts is the shitty ones. So I can't adjust spring for them. So we are gonna replace these with a couple that is less bumpy. But running the lab, we are literally I'm kind of curious. Yes, it is compressing a little bit. I don't like that. We're gonna have to do some adjustments to it, but for the time being and for the success of it, and as we can see here, we are churning through the power during the night as we are doing science. During the day, we get back into maximum capacity. And the solar panels are realigning based on where the sun is going, and it is nice. That lasts us... It does last us through the night. Okay, cool. That's pretty solid. So we're, as it's processing through the data, it's running pretty heftily. So that has us doing, that's an operational lab that we flipped over on landings. We moved around the legs. We managed to do a flyby to the moon to get some experience to the scientist and engineer we brought over. And then we landed with this thing. Docked it, managed to fix the docking and everything, and we managed to latch on and steal the monopropellant from this one to nudge it over. The descent went pretty okay, other than the the little bits and pieces we had problems with. We ran into issues with the relay. Making the most out of the situation is the Kerbal way. Yeah, it went all right. I would say it actually went pretty dang smoothly, outside of the weird lander, the other lander that exploded. I'm not entirely sure why that happened. Most likely just Kraken 8. But yeah, so now I'm just fast forwarding to hit 500 science here. And then we're going to transfer that during the daytime. And we should be able to transmit and operate the antenna during the day. We'll turn off the lab to make sure that we can transfer it, because I don't know how long that's going to take. But that is pretty freaking cool. Can you level up the crew for a boost? Now that they're here? No, they don't get enough experience even with the moon landing. They need to do a min-miss flyby to get enough experience to actually hit that level 2. But we'll get there. So we'll like one of the other options is putting some other relays in orbit. And then it is going to be getting rover materials and construction. Now that we have a lab that we can operate, we can get some reliable science in a larger bulk, so we can get further down the tech tree. And then it's going to be building a rover, and then figuring out if we have ore and materials nearby that we can start manufacturing a refueling station. That is stop research, and then we're just gonna wait for the daytime, which is coming right about now. No, well, I guess that's local time. That moon time, or is that Kerbin time? We also need a relay in. There we go. Okay, so hit that. Antenna is extended, so we do transmit science. As soon as we have a relay, that we can talk to. We don't have a relay we can talk to. Please, relay. Communication is key. Oh, it only blips into frickin'. Which one is that? It's this guy. But when is it actually? I mean, this is in sight. Yeah, okay. Okay. So when we get it into high orbit, yeah, so once this guy is going to be coming out onto here now, it should be able to talk. Yeah, we got a little bit of an opening. So once we hit, there we go. There, so that's relaying, and then that'll be contactable because it's in high orbit. Relay soon. Yeah, I think that's going to be our next objective, is getting reliable relays out. Transmit science. And as we can see here, that's eating through the power, but because we have such a high power gain, I think we should be fine. Like I said, this would not be possible without these solar panels. Arguably, these solar panels can be moved down slightly to get better... kit and chem. Hang on. Can we move? We can't move that panel. We can do that. We can do that. We can do. They're asleep anyway. We can toggle that off. But still, you know, it's decreasing, but it is nowhere near the capacity. And as I said, we could move these solar panels to get another 0.20 out of them because they're not in optimal position. Because we can probably move them out a little bit. And And here we go. So that's going to be our first batch of 500 science being transmitted. And clearly, we have the power capacity to do it. Awesome. And then we start our research again. And we are off to a nice, good run. So we're going to grab Yedding. 8 for the science lab. Right. Let's go. Put that in there. Grab this. Throw that in there as well. And then we are gonna grab. Just gonna plonk. Plonk. There we go. And then conduct study. Look at that. Bam. Keep experiment. Collect data. Restore. Damn it. It's too high. Take surface sample. Look at that. So, question on this, right? Recovery will never vanish until I actually recover it, right? If I keep processing it through the lab, it's not going to count as recovered science for that purpose, right? No. Okay, so we need to have because I can't hit lab button on it. But I know it's in the lab. But I wonder if that's just because I'm outside, so it doesn't let me do it. There we go. So that's all the science bits. Turn off RCS. And then, of course, we need to knock a golf ball off the lab. Otherwise, how else are you doing science? Ballistic testing. That's what we're doing. Yeah, okay, so it does. It processed through this particular one, I guess, and that's counted. Good enough for NASA. There we go, and then we do review data. EVA report. And then science experiment. Look at the science. Look at the science. Oh my god. And then the other ones are still in the pipeline of the device. So we'll be able to put those through the thing again, I suppose. Once they're done. So now that we've filled that up, we're doing 7 science a day. And that is pretty freaking excellent. So we're going to save this up here. We're going to go back to the Space Center. Because now we got some science and we can spend it. We can spend some science. It's ours. Hey, ENG. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the congratulations on the science. Because now we're rolling in it. Now, so on the science, as we're gonna proceed and progress through things, it's got enough to do like another 1,500 science in the lab as it is right now. So now we just need kind of, you know, more Kerbins, another lab, and do a little bit of a run by Minimus and get a base up there. But relays is gonna be the name of the game. So what can help us to do better relays? We just need satellites. So the question is, do I just do heavy rockets for the bigger solid booster? Or advanced fuel systems, maybe? So RCS fuel tanks. Also, what the hell is a grabbing unit? Is that an actual, like, an arm thingy? Or... like, is that an actual, like, crane thingy-mabob? That's kind of terrifying. I love it, but it's kind of terrifying. A docking port without the dock. Okay, yeah. So I suppose. Ooh, that gives us the large reaction wheel. Ooh. So for more probe launching, should I just go the scanning tech? So whatever probes I put on the moon, I can make sure to add an orbital survey scanner on it. Or do I go Octo 2, which would allow us to do a little bit more things? I mean, I'm gonna get more out of it anyway. Or do we go... like, do I need the bigger relay antenna? Like, it's way overkill for that purpose, right? Do I just go high power electronics and go the really big solar panels? Gigantor solar array. Right, orbital survey scanner will be on a satellite to do an orbital survey to see where ore concentrations are. Yeah, and my thinking is, since I'll be placing out new relays on the moon as it is, and I'm gonna be doing it on Minmus as well, I might as well grab the scanning tech right away, because that'll allow me to just dump in, have those on the certain, like on the relays that I throw into orbit. So if I do scanning tech and I do high power electronics, I grab a little bit more science from the lab, and I do high power electronics, I can get the really big solar panels, and then that can be the basis for some neat probes or relays. And then we can work from there. Because I do want to have the bigger fairing later. As well as the proper docking port, so I can do cool things. Bigger engine. Yeah, but I'll get the science while I'm fixing up the relays. I don't necessarily need a bigger engine for the satellites. Right? Because the... I'm just thinking of like prioritization initially. So, the goal is to get 3 satellites. At some point you'll want it all, just in case of where you want to start. Right. No, but like the initial goal is get 2 more satellites inside Moon's orbit. And we can do that with the current propulsion technology we have. And then I want to do... I'm contemplating whether or not I want to put 2 more polar relays. So, polar orbit. To have a full coverage around Kerbin. That will give us a pretty nice coverage, and then we'll go Minmus. And we can do that on the same thing there. Like we don't, since we're deploying the satellites, I don't need to return back with the ship. All I need to do is get there. Once we have Minmus satellite up, then I'll probably start looking at satelliting Duna. And for that, we probably need propulsion. But, and with that satellite drop, I think I'm going to do a manned satellite drop. So I don't need to worry about the relays up to that point. Do like a very wide Duna orbit satellite, maybe? I don't know, do like I don't know. Maybe a wide Kerbin orbit. Like, how much would it affect if I do like the 150 million or something? If you have a strong relay above Kerbin, I can yeet the signal over to Duna. Yeah, how far do the other relay travel? If I go the unmanned tech or the electronics, the big relay antenna. How can I tell how much capacity this thing has? I got the VS, but upgrading the radar center will also boost this transmission's power. Oh, well, you mean the tracking station? Oh, right. So that's max DSN power. So that's the outgoing power capacity for that thing. Okay, that makes sense. Depends on the receiver and the transmitter. Yeah. Temperature service on Mon, don't care. Satellite on Mon. High gain antenna. I mean, that's another satellite repair I could do. Orbiter on Kerbin, suboptimal space flight around Kerbin. I also need to get some of these VIP missions up because I need rep. So I can get some more freaking cash flowing because the rockets I'm building is way too expensive. Pilot. We actually got some pilots here now. Let's go. We need... I think I want to have 2 pilots. And I want to have... Yeah. I think the bot is gonna nuke it, but give me a second. I do. What can I do? Only found small comment. What the hell? Can I not do? What the hell? I was gonna slap a VIP on you because that should take care of it, but you know what? I'm too lazy. Here, ham moderator. Now you should be fine to post link. Ah, the ComNet. Yeah, see, that's also something that I never really understood. Like, it on the communication stuff on the ships, it has this weird comm network thing and weird interactive menu and whatnot. Right, so that gives us... So the high gain is guaranteed. 1 giga. I would need, and then we have range calculations, right? Okay, I'll need to delve into that rabbit hole later on. But yeah, I think because we have a relay, this guy's up to, right? Yes, that's the amount of power relay it does depending on the level upgrade of the tracking station. Okay, I get it now. So the relay antenna itself only has a little bit of a, it has a, yeah, so it's the big fat relay. 68? Is it using more power? Is it using the same power? It's using the same power. Okay, so the relay antenna is not consuming more power. It's only bigger power, and that requires us to upgrade even further. Okay, so that's not gonna happen. But you know what? Let's grab the electronics. Fuck it. Great upgrade. Yeah. We'll just do that, and then we'll slap on the RA15s on it. Which I don't even know how big they are. I need to take a look at how big they are. But as we see here, we don't have enough for another tech. So I'm thinking I don't need this for a relay displacement. So we're just gonna do, we're gonna wait for some science, and we're gonna get the high power electronics. We can get the big fat solar panels, so we can get reliable. Since that's eating 68 per second, I do want to get like a chunk of these solar panels so we can cover and have a non-issue of like whenever the relay's in use, I want it to always be able to be in use. I'm gonna snooze that ad incoming. So let's go there. Let's head over to the vehicle assembly just so I can take a little bit of a sneak peek on the new relay size and see how big it is. Popped on a command pod so I have something to compare to. Communication. And then we have that relay antenna. Okay. I mean, it is bigger. It is definitely bigger. Ooh. It does not have a pivot? Does the angulation on it matter? I guess it shouldn't be. Or do you want to have like one in each end of the probe? Yeah, it can point in any direction. Yeah, okay. So that's nice. That is nice. Awesome. Well, it is getting slightly late. I am gonna sneak away, crawl into my little hidey hole, get some sleep, and then we'll see if we roll we'll see if we roll some stationeers. I'm kind of trapped in Kerbal. Not gonna lie, I got a little bit of a space bug bite, and you know, celestial flipper. There is a slight bonus to multiply, but they diminish very quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I might do some additional Kerbal tomorrow. Not gonna lie, it is really tempted. I like it. But we do have some money issues that we're starting to run into, so I might need to rethink our probe situation and then maybe do aerodynamics and do supersonic flight to get the Panther and make something capable of high travel on Kerbin, because I am getting a lot of these freaking back and forth surveys on Kerbin rather than anywhere else. And or repair stuff. So we might do some docking. Some space rendezvous missions tomorrow. That could be interesting. See how I horribly fail at that, because oh boy, is that hard. Anyway, I thank you all for participating, and you guys have been absolutely freaking stellar, great, and helpful, as always. And I'll pass you over and find a raid target, but from my end, I wish you all a continued good night and a continued good week. Let's see if we have... Do we have anyone that's online that I follow? Maybe? Maybe. What on earth is he playing? I have no idea. And that's Hunt. I'm not gonna subject you to... I'm not gonna subject you guys to that. Let's see if we can find something. Search and filter category. Find some stationeers. Have anyone rolling stationeers? Oh, we got someone. English? I don't know. I'll pass you over to some stationeer player. Like I said, wish you all a good continued week, and I'll catch you on the next one, which you can find in the about and schedule now that we are back on track. And it should be good. So, thank you and good night.